And boop. All right, so that shows up. And 1 and 2 and 3. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and those that like to identify as, I know, rotocopters or whatever else. Anyway, hi. How you guys doing tonight? Hope you all had a good Easter for those that celebrate it. And even for those that don't, you know, if you are based, if where you live is based on the same calendar that that Canada, the U.S., the United Kingdom, so on and so forth, Germany, France, and so forth use. Many countries had a long weekend because of it this weekend. And you may live in one of those countries and you may not follow. You know, you could be, Hindu, you could be Muslim, you could be, you could be Chinese, you could be, good Lord, my brain's falling asleep. I'm sorry, it's been a long day. Or you could be simply agnostic. You could be agnostic. You could be, what's the other one? Starts with an A. Atheist. I'll get there eventually. So you may not celebrate it. But if you use the same calendar that, Western Europe and countries that have the Western European basis do, then you probably still had a long weekend this weekend. Or at least the calendar would have said there would have been a long weekend this weekend. And over here, the the schools and anybody else that is more closely handled by the government had not just didn't just have Friday off, but they also get Monday off to compensate for the fact that Sunday, Easter, I always find interesting. As far as calendars and stuff like that are concerned, any time that you have more than one day that's actually important to the feast, festival, holiday, however you wish to however you wish to term it, you should get that day, that day off. And there are other days that sometimes you get those off in addition. But the bonus days, I'll refer to them that way, wouldn't exist without that core main day. And let's take Christmas and Easter, both being based on, generally speaking, the same, having the same religious background, having in their calendars the same strength, in my opinion, the same strength of importance. And Easter actually being a little more important because assuming you follow this at all or pay any attention to it for any reason, if Christ had not come back on the third day, then he would have been just another prophet in a line of prophets. And okay, fine. But because he did come back, at least according to the Bible, because he came back, it's, this is now a much bigger deal. And so now this is why we celebrate Christmas, because, he's not just somebody of interest, he's somebody important. So without Easter, we don't have Christmas. I'm in Canada. Christmas, you get Christmas Day off. Some jurisdictions might also give you Christmas Eve off. Okay, I get that. I understand that. Here we get Boxing Day off. Boxing Day without Christmas Day wouldn't be a thing. And I think my understanding was Christmas Day was the time that you spent with your family. And Boxing Day was basically the day that it was kind of like Christmas, but for the people that you worked for or whatever. I could look it up. Not important the actual reasoning for it, but it's kind of like Christmas light. Christmas for other people. Christmas for people that might be important to you, but aren't in your actual family. Aren't actual relations. But if Christmas didn't exist, then you wouldn't have Boxing Day. You get both off. Easter weekend rolls around. Historically, Easter had been a Sunday, and Sunday, most businesses weren't allowed to be open. You'd get, stuff like gas stations and whatnot, gas stations, police stations, emergency services and stuff based on that. Hospitals obviously would be open, stuff of that nature. But if the hospital had, a food court in there. You wouldn't be able to get food you wouldn't be able to get food at the food court. Restaurants would be open, but not much else. Hey, Shonemuchi. I'll get it right one of these days. Anyway, so again, historically, Sunday was, you already got that off, more than likely. Good Friday, the day that Jesus presumably would have been put to, I think Jesus, yeah, Maundy, Thursday, the Last Supper. Friday, he would have been put to death. On the third day, he rose. So put to death on Friday. Saturday, the day of mourning, a full day to mourn. And then Sunday, he comes back. So Friday, we're given that day off. Sunday, historically, places weren't open. I want to say it was in the 80s, there was a push for businesses to be allowed to be open on Sunday. You couldn't even go grocery shopping. This is why, a lot of the time, this is why in generations past, going to the flea market on the weekend was a big deal because that was where you could go and get, I need bread, I need milk, I need this, I need that. And you'd find places that were, selling these goods, once a week, maybe twice a week, because Saturday and Sunday, maybe. The flea markets are largely only open on weekends, at least around where I was. And so, if you didn't grow your food and you needed to pick something up, not much in terms of options. Make sure you get it before Saturday. Make sure you get it by Saturday, or you have to make do until Monday. Once we started being able to have stores open on Sunday, nothing changed with the status of statutory holidays. Sunday itself was never a statutory holiday because it was already, in theory, a day off. Businesses were going to be closed that day. That changed like 40 years ago. And so Sunday was never listed as a statutory holiday. Still isn't. The schools and anything that's directly handled by the government got Monday off. Because they already would have had Sunday off, so they get an additional day to compensate for that. So some places are getting 4 days off. And I'm not here to talk about, I'm not going to get into religion per se. I'm just explaining this is why I find the long, Easter weekend is handled unusually. And it was a really big deal 40 years ago for us to be able to go somewhere and pick up milk, pick up a loaf of bread, pick up, whatever we need, or go to the movies, or do this, that, whatever. Anything that you can do during the rest of the week, suddenly being able to do it on Sunday. It's been like that for probably 40 years. If you're ever interested, go on Wikipedia, see if you can find an article about Sunday shopping in Canada. And yeah, it's been like this for a long time, and it's not listed as a statutory holiday. And I always thought that was weird, because again, if Christ hadn't come back from the dead for Easter, Christmas wouldn't be a thing. So even though so even though Christmas is generally considered the bigger holiday for most people, Easter is the more important holiday, because without that happening, we wouldn't be celebrating the birth of Christ, etc., etc., etc. Christmas wouldn't be a thing. Anyway, now that I got that out of my system, we can go on. So yeah, as I was saying, hopefully those of you that actually celebrate, even if you don't celebrate the holiday itself, you probably, I'm going to go based on the assumption you live somewhere who uses a similar calendar. And if you did, I hope you managed to enjoy a nice long weekend. And many of you, it's going to be an extra day. You'll have a 4-day long weekend instead of 3. So, that being said, scheduling for my jobs have been a little odd as of late, and so this week we're doing M21, and I'm splitting it in half. Well, I didn't do the math on it. I'm going to be doing white, blue, black, and red tonight, and then this time, starting roughly this time tomorrow, I'm going to be doing green. I'm going to be covering the rest of it: green, multicolored, artifact, and land, and we'll see what happens from there. But yes, this is going to be first part of a 2-parter, just to make sure I get things done in a vaguely reasonable amount of time. Yeah. This is going to be an interesting week. Worked at the gas station Saturday night, Sunday night. Was supposed to go and work at my LGS at noon yesterday, and I managed to get an hour and a half worth of sleep before I had to get up and get myself ready. And my boss turned around and looked at me and said, "You know what? Go home. You're doing the shift tomorrow instead, i.e. today." I basically turned around and said, "Do you mind if I start and end an hour earlier than my schedule would have said?" "Yeah, we can do that." So, yeah, now that I'm home, I'm settled in, whatever. Let's get started. So, first thing I see, and yeah, Shomanuchi, I I could get into the entire, I don't, the only reason I brought up Easter, Easter was this past weekend, at least according to the Western calendar. I think Eastern Orthodox might use a different date for Easter, and the date for Easter is interesting. There is logic to why it bounces around. You can actually figure that out. I believe it's the first Sunday after the first full moon after the vernal equinox, which is generally March 21st, which explains why it's anywhere from the end of March till, late April, because depends when the full moon falls. But if you know that, you can actually figure out when it is. And if you're in a part of the world that doesn't celebrate Easter, I hope you had a good weekend anyway. So, card number 1, Adherent of Hope. This is, I think, a lot better than most people give it credit for. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control a Basri Planeswalker, put a +1 counter on this creature. It's a 2/1 for 2, which doesn't sound exciting. But if you have any Basris at all, which you can play get Basri Cat on turn 3, and his +1 puts a +1 counter on up to 1 target creature, it is not unreasonable to go Adherent of Hope on turn 3. Well, depending how you build your deck, etc., etc., etc. Actually, now with Planeswalkers in general allowed to be your general, you could end up, if you're looking at Adherent of Hope on turn 2, on turn 3, you cast, you cast Basri Cat, put a +1 counter on your Adherent. Okay, now he's a 3/2. Indestructible till end of turn. Do that on your first main phase. Combat trigger happens. You're going to be swinging for 4 on turn 2. I think that's pretty decent. Like, honestly, this is the sort of thing where I would not be adverse to trying to build around something like this in a 60-card format. Again, sure, casual kitchen table. But still, Adherent of Hope on 2. Basri Cat on 3, and maybe a couple of copies of Basri Devoted Paladin at your top end. Yeah, I would not complain about that. But it does require you playing with Basri, probably Basri Cat, who would probably in this context would be your general. Is this something that's worth playing as a general? Let me just take a quick scan. Devoted Paladin is covered. Nope. Basri Cat is pretty far down the list, i.e. he's actually reasonable. He may not be great, but he's reasonable. So, we'll just look at him quickly. Put +1 counter on up to 1 target creature, gains indestructible till end of turn. That's a +1. -2 whenever 1 or more non-token creatures attack this turn. I don't know of any ways to activate a generic Planeswalker when it's not your turn. Doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm just not aware of any. Create that many, so you're going to be doing this on your own turn. Create that many 1/1 white soldier creature tokens that are tapped and attacking. There's an interesting question. Huh. Okay, so it doesn't say anything there. But I think I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm just gonna make a note of that. And Basri Cat M21. If it can be activated on someone else's turn, are the tokens able to attack? I'm just going to make a list of questions, and I'll ask, and then I'll by tomorrow, I'll hopefully remember and go, hey, by the way, and if you notice that I haven't, hey, by the way, what about those questions you're going to ask about? Oh, okay, yeah, I should answer them. I should answer those. Here's the answers. Thunk. But -6, you get an emblem with, at the beginning of combat on your turn, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token, then put a +1 counter on each creature you control. If you're building any kind of token strategy, you want this. If you want anything if you are doing any sort of deck where you've got a bunch of creatures in play for any reason, the thing is, even the funny thing about Basri Cat is he can be the only way you have to generate creatures, and he will end up snowballing if you can get him to -6. And I think that's a pretty decent start. And again, he's somebody you can cash in the turn you play him if you have doubling season or something of that nature. And yeah, doubling it. But yeah, that being said, I think if you're willing to go through the hoops, Adherent of Hope is probably worth it, because at worst, this on 2, Basri Cat on turn 3 means you're swinging for 4 on turn 3. As is. I think that's actually fine. Sigil Contender. God damn you, Matt Mercer. I know, what did Matt Mercer do? When I started watching Critical Role, he had a handful of words he had a habit of mispronouncing. And it may have been one of those things where people just learned, oh, okay, this is how he pronounces it. It's like there's a set, I'll say a setting in Magic, spelled Mirrodin. And almost everybody I know pronounces it Mirrodin. I have one specific friend who pronounces it Mirrodin. And I've got used to the fact that this is how he pronounces it. Probably because it was one of those things that you never, unless you actually hear it being spelled on like a broadcast or something like that, it doesn't, it's not a word. It's a fictional name. The only people that can tell you how to pronounce it are the people that make the game. But even then, they don't have the final say. If you want to know an example of that, look into the entire GIF versus GIF argument. There's a image format that ends in .gif. And is it GIF or is it GIF? And I believe the person who came up with a format, I don't remember for sure. I know he had a very specific way he said it needed to be pronounced. I believe he said GIF. He invented the format. And there's still a very, 50-50-ish divide between people that pronounce it GIF and versus GIF. I think it's closer to 60-40, but you get the idea. It's not solid one way or the other. People have done surveys on this and everything else, and it's like, yeah, it's so. All that being said, there are some words that are more common than others. And in the early days of Critical Role, when it was still on the Geek and Sundry YouTube channel, it was being run, once a week thing, and it would run on for as long as it took and whatever else. 6 hours, 7 hour sessions, not unheard of. And Matt Mercer regularly pronounced the word sigil. If you do not actually know how to pronounce this word, S-I-G-I-L, well, it could be sigil or it could be sigil. And if nobody's ever said it to you before, you'll settle in on a pronunciation and you use that. But this was on the internet on a series that people, first people that really like D&D would start watching. Then they would get their friends watching it. And it turned into like this ginormous, this huge, huge thing. And people would constantly be typing that in the chats because that's how he was pronouncing it. He finally saw it enough times and it's like, oh, it's sigil. Because again, it's unless you were looking, like, it is not a word that's in normal, common, everyday English use. It realistically only comes across if you're into any sort of linguistics or you have some kind of interest in magic, usually via fantasy. So again, Dungeons and Dragons and, Lord of the Rings and all that sort of stuff. And even science fiction, you'll occasionally come across it. And they would... No. But if you never hear it being said and see the spelling at the same time, you're going to... Whereas, people that would be trying to correct his pronunciation would be writing it this way. You'd see something like this. So, that being said, this is why, I see this word, and the first thing I think of is Matt Mercer. This is like 10 years ago this was going on. Yeah, Critical Role's been on for over 10 years now. Anyway. Mercer, love you. Don't ever stop doing what you're doing. But yeah, can I get off on a tangent? Yes, I can get off on a tangent. If you ever seen any of my streams, you know how I can get off on a tangent. But that being said, that's where my brain goes. Sigiled Contender. 4 mana for 3/3. Has lifelink as long as it's got a +1 counter on it. the annoying thing is it's not that hard to get a 4/4 with lifelink these days. But for that, I mean, if you're paying like not unreasonable to pay an extra mana. That being said, there's ways to have this enter with a +1 counter on it. At which point is that worth considering? If you've got enough stuff in your deck to have creatures enter with a +1 counter on it, I mean, I know there's lands that you can sack to put +1 counters on stuff, and I'm talking stuff at common. Uh, Dupe. Idyllic Range could. That's for your commander. That's for your commander. Okay, so the only option you actually have would be Idyllic Range entering untapped because you've got enough planes. What about other rarities? Sort by cooler. That's adorable. That's got potential. Skip it. What does the back of you do? Just mana, just mana, just mana, just mana. Banner Temple, worth it. Idyllic Range, yes. That only works for birds. This was a human warrior, so that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Wow, this could get silly, but that's not what we're looking for. Nope. Gavany Township, yes. If you're playing white-green, you definitely want that in there. Non-human. Damn. That's a human warrior. Hall of Oracles, potentially. Okay, so there's a couple ways. There's a couple ways to make it work off your lands. So, potentially. But, yeah, and then you start getting things like, is it Adaptive Automaton I'm thinking of? There are, I know there's artifact creatures that say, hey, by the way, Blot enters, you choose a creature type, and creatures you control that type enter with an additional +1 counter. And I know there's other ways to put +1 counters on stuff. So there are ways to make it worth playing, and just have it be, just have it be good in the first place. But would you be further ahead spending 4 mana and just get, 4 or 5 mana? Because 4 mana, you should be able to do it for like double white +2 and get a 4/4 lifelink, or white +4. 2 white +4, you should definitely have a 4/4 with lifelink and other stuff. So I think Adherent of Hope is playable. Well, I think it's workable. Um, Sigil Contender. I don't know if that's enough to actually make it worth playing. Celestial Enforcer, 3 mana for 2/3, 2 mana tap, tap target creature, activate only if you control creature with flying. You can do this much more efficiently without having to have a flyer. Now, that being said, if you see this and you start playing with more flyers, because you want to turn this on, you're going to do better in your games because you're going to have more flyers. Because, as I've said before, and I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it, people overlook flying so much. So if this gets you to play more flyers, at some point you'll end up pulling this out and finding something else to put in, but you'll want to keep your flyers around because they've been doing work for you. So I don't think people should play this card, but if it interests you and it ends up making you play more flyers, go for it. Basri Vegas. Side note, again, because, welcome to my stream. Side quests never happen, right? If you're paying attention, you'll hear what I've called it. I've been pronouncing it that way ever since I realized where the word came from. And yes, we are going to make a side quest here. Ian. Comes from ancient Greek. Or ancient Greece. As far as I'm aware, the letter G in ancient Greek, definitely in Latin, and the Romans regularly took stuff from the Greeks. It's commonly pronounced Aegis. I've heard it pronounced all sorts of ways. I see the AE and my brain says it's A. Although it probably should be more like an ash. Maybe. Not sure about that one. But ancient Greek, I believe the G is constantly hard. Yeah, I believe G was constantly hard, i.e. it was commonly pronounced G. We can look into it later. That being said, as a result, because I took Latin in high school and university, voluntarily I might add, that was at the point when you could take it optionally, you weren't forced into taking it. I think possibly my mom's generation, probably more likely the generation before her, you had to take it. I took it because I wanted to. I like languages. I thought it was interesting. And it was offered in my high school. I'm like, okay, cool. Sure. Yeah, I pronounce it with a hard G. This is probably a Mirrodin Maraudin thing. Let's be honest. It may end up being that. There's a handful of us. I see this card, though, and I'm like, okay, so that being said, if you ever hear me say Aegis, this is the word I'm talking about. Most people will probably pronounce it Aegis. It feels wrong to me because of the spelling and the origin. Put a +1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. You may search your library for Basri Devoted Paladin, which is right here, so we're probably going to cover that. Search your library and or graveyard for Basri. Put in your hand, and if you search your library, you shuffle. 4 mana for a sorcery that lets you put 2 +1 counters on a well, you put 2 +1 counters on creatures, but one goes here and one goes here. You can choose 0, you can choose 1, you can choose 2. But whatever number you choose, no creature is getting more than 1 counter. I don't think it's bad. It's better if you're playing with Basri Devoted Paladin. It's really the reason why I play Basri Devoted Paladin. Can I find corner cases where you want to run this? Yeah, first of all, how many +1 counter synergies, etc. are you playing? So that's an option. Or that's a question. Second, obviously, are you playing Basri? Third, is the fact that it's a 4-drop relevant to you? What? There are cards that care about the mana value of what you're cast of a card that you want to have access to. Is the fact that it costs 4 mana actually relevant to you? Because maybe you have like as an example of the sort of thing I'm talking about. Compare these two cards. If you look at them, they're almost identical cards. They're 3 mana, 2/2 human wizards with an enter the battlefield that let you search for an artifact, reveal, put in your hand, then shuffle. Trinket Mage lets you search for an artifact that costs 1 or less. Treasure Mage, 6 or greater. There are many cards that turn around and say, look for a card, or look for many cards, that has specific mana value requirements. I'm in this mana value range, for example. Or sometimes it's more finicky. It needs to be a specific color and a specific mana value or mana value range. And sometimes that ends up being relevant. And you take a look and it's like, this is a 4 mana card. That does the thing that my deck wants. It's possible the fact that it's a 4 mana sorcery might be something you actually want, even if you're not playing with Basri. Although, if you are playing this, I recommend putting Basri Devoted Paladin in your deck anyway. But it also depends on whether he does a thing that your deck actually cares about. If he does, great. If he doesn't, then don't play it. So yeah, out of this, Adherent of Hope, I think is worth playing. I think is, well, at least worth a consideration. Again, now with legendary, now with Planeswalkers being able to be your general. Sigil Contender, it depends how you build your deck. I think if you can get this turned on at 4 mana, it's going to be really good. Celestial Enforcer. This is almost like the Easter versus Christmas argument or discussion I was having earlier, where even though Christmas is the more generally important holiday worldwide, Easter is the stepping stone to get you to that point. If this gets you to play more flyers, then I don't have any problem with you putting Celestial Enforcer in your deck. If you want this ability, though, and you don't care as much about the flyers, maybe you were already running enough flyers, you can do so a lot better. Basri's Aegis, I think there's enough narrow reasons to play it that you should at least, if it does anything your deck has an interest in, at least look at it and consider it. You'll probably say no, but you'll probably find a deck at some point somewhere where you have an interest in it. Because it happens to fit this specific situation. Gale Swooper. 4 mana for a 3/2 flyer. When it enters, target creature gains flying till end of turn. It's fine. I generally see this as, like, this is filler. Because, again, these days, for 4 mana, you can get a 3/3 flyer. You might be able to start getting slightly bigger, even. At common. If you're playing Griffin Tribal, I think you could do worse than playing this card. Because they'll also be able to go, cool, turn 2 or turn 3, I played a Changeling because I didn't have anything else handy. Turn 4, I play the Gale Swooper. Now my Changeling can attack. I think this is fine in a Griffin deck. I probably wouldn't bother with it in most other decks, but I think in Griffins it's actually okay. Now we go on to the first card that I'm actually excited to talk about, like legitimately excited. Secure the Scene. Out of the 34 cards listed, this is number 6 from the bottom. And again, I've already ruled out all the reprints. So this is number 28 out of white cards in M21. Secure the Scene. White has I'm gonna say a series of cards that do stuff along this line. If you are in white and you want to remove a thing, the first card I would probably go to is Generous Gift. 1 white, 2 other, destroy target permanent. Its controller creates a 3/3 elephant. I think it's a white elephant creature token. The second place I would go, if you want to make sure you can get rid of a thing. Again, see my discussions on previous streams about red having damaged creatures versus effects like Aftershock, Lava Flow, Fisher, cards of that nature. Damage has its purpose. There's better options, in my opinion, there's better options available. Sometimes for a better cost. Those red cards I mentioned can kill a creature outright and not care how big the creature is. They just say, destroy target creature. If you're looking for something of that nature, white has got I'll say a series of cards, like Secure the Scene, that say, 5 mana, sorcery, exile target non-land permanent. Now, you're going to say, yeah, they get that all the time, they can get it back. Not with Secure the Scene. They replace it with a 1/1 soldier. Cool, nice dragon you have. Have a 1. You're not getting your dragon back. By the way, have a 1/1 token instead. There's that. They get a card instead. They get a clue token, or they get a treasure token, or they. At this cost, they get, you blow up anything that's not a land, and you exile it, and they get some small something back. If you are looking for that sort of thing at all, Secure the Scene, take a look at it. If you don't like Secure the Scene giving them a creature, copy. Oh, colon. Sort by color. Buyer Silence does the same thing for the same cost. Here's Secure the Scene. 1 white plus 4, 1 white plus 4. They get a 1 white soldier token. They get a treasure token. Excise the Imperfect. Its controller incubates X, where X is its mana value. Where they get a token that they can turn up, turn face up for 2 mana, and it's a 0/0 with X plus 1 counters on it. So basically, the difference between Secure the Scene and Excise the Imperfect is for an extra 2 mana. You're saving 2 mana here, but they get a creature that, if they spend 2 mana, they get to turn face up to be a creature as big as the mana value of what you blew up. Reduced to memory, they split the difference. For 3 mana, they get a 3/2 red-white spirit creature. And for Season of the Burrow, if you choose the 2-paw mode, which you can do like this one, you can do it twice, and its controller draws a card. You have options with that one. This is probably the one I would start off with, because A, you can blow up more than one thing. B, you have lots of flexibility there. Introduction to Annihilation, its controller draws a card. And if you're in Mardu, you get an uncounterable, its controller loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. But if you're looking for specifically this ability, Buyer Silence, Reduced to Memory, Season of the Burrow, Secure the Scene, Introduction to Annihilation, and if you're in Mardu, at least, you get an Inevitable Defeat. I would play any of those, and Introduction to Annihilation, I consistently put that in commons only decks, because almost every color's got something I need help blowing up. A black deck needing help dealing with artifacts or a red deck needing help blowing up enchantments, Introduction to Annihilation, yeah, they regularly need help with stuff. You can go to other effects. Now, if you start looking at Destroy Target Non-Land Permanent, Stroke of Midnight is also a good option if you're good with Destroy instead of Exile. Stroke of Midnight is really good. They get a 1/1 human creature token, which means it's it's just creature type a human. That's it. It's also a 3-mana instant. Emergency Eject, same idea. They get a lander token instead. Excavation Technique, 4-mana sorcery. With Demonstrate, they get 2 treasure tokens. In general, I think I would play Emergency Eject or Stroke of Midnight first. But depending on depending on what kind of deck I'm building, I may play Excavation Technique instead of one of those two. But don't be afraid to run a card like By Your Silence, although, again, I would probably prefer something like, I'd probably generally prefer something that's lower mana value, like Reduced to Memory. But again, if you're doing that, go with Generous Gift first. After that, yeah, you have options. They are not bad cards. They look like they cost a lot, and they do, but they let you get rid of pretty much any problem that's not a land. And if you need help dealing with land and you're not running just commons, there's enough strip mine / wasteland variants out there, even at the budget end. You know, your Ghost Quarters and your is it Promising Vein I'm thinking of? Or is that the fetch land? I don't remember. No, Promising Vein's the fetch. Field of Ruin. There's a bunch of lands that let you blow up somebody's land. And some of them are like, really cheap. And yeah, don't be afraid to run these. These are actually a lot better than you don't have to run here's the thing. If you're running answers to problems that are already like 3 or 4 mana, consider a card like Secure the Scene in that slot instead. For slightly more mana, you get a bunch more flexibility. If you've got it down to like, a couple of mana and you're topping out at 3 for your answers in general, then, you want your Generous Gifts. But still, take a look at some of the other options I put up. But it's still fine. Staunch Shieldmate. There's a few places I see this guy. Back in the day, at rare I would add, it's now been downshifted. It's since been downshifted to common. But back in the day, at rare, we had Savannah Lions. We're talking like 30 plus years ago. 1 white for a 2/1. No abilities, but 1 white for a 2/1, which, is pretty decent. Back in the day, that was a big deal. this, for 1 mana, you get a 1/3. No abilities, but it is probably, with no drawbacks, and at least 1 point of power, it's probably the biggest creature you'll find at 1 mana. And barring, like, we're talking barring stuff that, well, if I do this, or if I have this, or if this, or if these line up, I get more. Sure. You can make an argument for, was it, I think it's Goblin Tomb Raider? I've got the wrong one, don't I? Yeah, Goblin Tomb Raider. This is a 1/2 that if you've got an artifact in play, by the time you cast them, it's a 2/2 with haste. Fact of the matter is, you can play this and chump block 2/2s all day. So if you're looking for cost-efficient creatures, let's say for the sake of argument, I'm building vanilla .deck. At 1-drops, this should be the first thing I grab, because it will jump in front of Savannah Lions all day long and win, because it's got 3 toughness, not 2, and that 1 point of power is enough to kill a Savannah Lions, your Savannah Lions, your Elite Vanguards, all that other jazz. Hey, Yargo! You survived Easter, I guess. You and, oh my god. So, if you're 9/3, does this mean the missus is a 3/9? I don't know. Can anybody really ever eat too much? I mean, I guess the answer to that is yes. But then your body finds a way to deal with it anyway, and then you can eat more. But yeah, I would start off with Staunch Shieldmate if I'm building vanilla .deck in my 1-drop slot, assuming I'm playing at least some amount of white. I would also be looking at this because it's got 3 toughness at 1 mana, it would be at least a consideration in a Toughness Matters deck. Yes, you generally want like a 0/4 or 0/5 first. But if you still need more, a 1/3 for 1 mana, again, no drawback to it, is still perfectly playable. Then there's the people that want to play dwarves. I know, strange people out there, I'm telling you. People that want to play dwarf decks, I don't know what to do with them. I swear if she hears me say that, she's gonna tell me off at least. I think this has got enough spots it can go into that it actually makes sense for this to be, for secure the scene is, I think, pretty decent. Staunch Shieldmate, yeah, should be in around the same slot. It's got enough spots where it can actually slot in and be useful. It's not, it's not big, it's not flashy, it's not powerful, but it's, again, you're building a vanilla deck. I want more than just two. Like, I would want Isamaru in there, and I would want, because that's the biggest 1 mana creature I can think of at, um, that's the biggest 1 mana vanilla creature I can think of, and I want Staunch Shield Maid in there. There might be more. I'd have to look into it. Siege Striker. 3 mana for 1/1 with double strike. A 3/1 with double strike in and of itself. Or sorry, 3 mana for 1/1 with double strike in and of itself is, I think it costs a little more than it should otherwise. Pardon me. But I think it's but I think it's okay just at that point. Whenever this creature attacks, you may tap any number of untapped creatures you control. This creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn for each creature tapped this way. Do you know where my brain is first going with this? If you take a look at my list of decks, and you look at my mono white commons deck, if I were to take this list and turn it into Pauper EDH, which allows any uncommon creature to be your commander, this is a consideration for this deck, because the number of creatures I spit out with this deck, I cast 2 spells, and I can have like 4 or 5 bodies, and Siege Striker is suddenly, cool, I'll attack for, I'll attack for 6. No, sorry, make that 12. Wait, what? Yeah. And if I'm lucky, I have an effect like Warded Battlements out, which means I attack for, no, make that 7, no, make that 14. And you can actually, if you build a deck on a similar premise to my mono white commons deck for Pauper EDH, and you make this your commander, find a way to give him trample. That's all I gotta say. Find a way to give him trample or flying. Either or. And he will just, you take out some of the stuff that I'm running in that deck and you put in flying or trample. If you can do both, great. And he'll just win games left, right, and center. I think this is for Pauper EDH. I think this is probably better than he looks. Outside that, again, trample and or flying. The same idea. Trample and or flying was some kind of token strategy, and he can just, the fact that he's got double strike and can get huge fast. And the funny thing is, your creatures don't even have to be big themselves. They can be 0/1 kobolds. They can be they can be thrall tokens. Hi, how you doing? They can be Thopters. They can be this. They can be stuff that just came into play. They can be, stuff that's got decayed. I have zombies that have decayed. Well, I want to keep it around for a few more turns, so I'll just tap it with a Siege Striker. Yeah, or the Duskmourn type things that like to be tapped in second main phase. Yeah, exactly. What's Oh, what do you call it? I am Kona. This thing. This is what I was thinking of. I don't know what's going on with I don't know what's going on with Scryfall tonight, but it's being there we go. Yeah. Survival. That's what the ability was called. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because Yargo said, or the edge of eternity stuff that likes to be tapped. Yeah, Kona and cards of that nature are like, at the beginning of your second main phase, if this card is tapped, thing happens. Sammy Ship's Engineer and that group of cards from Edge of Eternities, at the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, in the, create a 2/2 robot, there's a bunch of cards in Edge of Eternities that care about being tapped, and both of them want you to tap them somehow. But we're looking at Commander. First of all, cards like Siege Striker gives you a way to tap them anyway. Second of all, if you're playing cards like that, you probably should be playing cards along the lines of Springleaf Drum. Cards like Springleaf Drum, and the Springleaf Drum lands. Damn it, I hate my brain some days. Survivor's Encampment and Holdout Settlement. And why do I think there's a third one nowadays? I think there might be. Plus, there's cards like Command Bridge, which have got the new twist on a land with a mana cost. Land with a mana cost. Yeah, land with a mana cost. Because if you take a look at cards like Gateway Plaza, they're lands that enter tapped, but when they enter, sacrifice it unless you pay 1. Well, they recently printed, I can't remember what the other one's called, but it's like sacrifice it unless you tap an untapped, what was it? Artifact or creature? Or something like that. And now they've got Command Bridge, which is now, when it enters, sack unless you tap an untapped permanent you control, which could also be a Planeswalker or an enchantment. And they tap, they go tap, add 1 mana of any color. Well, stuff like, Gateway Plaza, not really, like, they're great for, like, cheap 5-color lands. But, and Gateway Plaza itself, you're playing, you're going to play it in a gate stack. Um, but the quote unquote land with a mana cost, I wouldn't bother in most stacks. But the one that came out recently, 2 years ago, I think it was, I saw that and I'm like, oh my god, that's not bad, and that gives you more flexibility. And then Command Bridge happens, and it's like, this is the best version of a land with a mana cost that's ever existed. I want more of these. This is the sort of card I want in like multiple decks. I can, like, this is the sort of thing where you can go turn one, hypothetically, you can go turn one, Ornithopter, Command Bridge, tap the Ornithopter, I keep my land out. The lands with mana costs, and I'll pull up the card that I keep referring to. Gateway Plaza. I'll pull up the card so you guys know what I'm actually referring to rather than me just spewing stuff. Yeah, this is a much, this is a story card where it's hard to actually play this on turn 1. You can play it on turn 2, but it's really hard to put, put this into play on turn 1 and keep it around. You need, like, a Lotus Petal, Elvis Spirit Guide, Simian Spirit Guide, stuff of that nature. Stuff that can produce mana without you having played your land first. But some decks still want an effect like this. Now you got Command Bridge. Now it's like, have you got something you can drop in a play on turn 1 that doesn't need mana? Yes? Cool. But yeah. Oh yeah, Siege Striker. You know what else Siege Striker works with? One of my favorite cards? Scare Tiller. And I know, Yargle is just going to facepalm when I say Scare Tiller, because it's like, I'm sorry, when you're playing a commons only commander deck, it just might be the best thing. It just might be the closest to Soul Ring that you can actually use. It will ramp lands out of your deck if you're Have you not seen that? Dude, that's in like almost every commons only commander deck that I play. You know what you combine that with? You combine that with the Capenna auto-sack lands. You combine that with the Capenna auto-sack lands, which works really well in a monocolor deck and decently well in a two-color deck, as long as it fits the... Yeah. But you should see how much I talk about it on Deluxikov's stream. It's one of those cards I keep talking about. Like, me specifically. And he's like, yeah, I know, but it's like, he's like, I keep trying to make it work, and I can't make it work, and it's like, yeah, but it works really well in Commander. You combine that with the Capenna auto-sack lands. There we go. Because this is a, when it enters, and it doesn't care if it comes into play tapped or not. When it enters, sacrifice it. Which means it enters, it comes into play with Scare Tiller. Comes back into play, heads straight back to the graveyard. When you do, search your library for a basic land of one of 3 types. put onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle, and you gain a life. It's like the panoramas from Alara block. Esper Panorama, John Panorama, etc., etc. It's like those. It's crossbred with like Evolving Wilds. But it goes back to the graveyard. Well, then you tap Scare Tiller. Again, you can tap it with anything like Springleaf Drum or whatever you want. Or if you want to make things fun, tap it, throw Viridian Longbow on it. Tap, fetch another land, gain another life. And just keep, heaven forbid you've got any sort of infinite combo shenanigans like Freed from the Real or something of that nature to continually untap it. It would be like, pay a blue, fetch another basic out of my deck, gain another life, fetch another basic out of my deck, gain a life, fetch another basic out of my deck, gain a life. Oh yeah, it gets really, really silly. And I put in that deck just to play fairly. Siege Striker, again, is one of the, Scare Tiller, one of those creatures that wants it to be that wants to be one of those creatures that wants to be tapped. Here's a creature that wants you to tap other creatures. This wants you to tap other creatures to get bigger. And it's got double strike, so it's really worth it. But yeah, it's got like 4 printings. This is one of those cards that if you're interested in Pauper and you're interested in Commander, you should probably consider picking up, some number of this. I probably wouldn't generally recommend more than 8 because you may want to try and figure out how can I put it into a Pauper deck. Or a couple of Pauper decks. But yeah. Siege Striker, lots of ways to tap, lots of ways to have either creatures that you want to tap. Pardon me. Siege Striker is basically a combat version of an effect like Opposition, where it's like you want a card that lets you tap down your creatures. And therefore, you either want creatures that you want to tap specifically, or you want creatures that are, okay to be tapped because you have so many or whatever. Worded Battlements. If you're playing with just commons, if you're playing with more than just a handful of creatures, you want Worded Battlements. It's like, am I generating enough creatures where I'm going to be attacking a lot? Yes, play Worded Battlements. If you are looking beyond just commons, I'd at least look at it. But realistically, I'd probably pass on it because, again, for 3 mana, you are generally looking at cards that have, like, Glorious Anthem and the like. That being said, the one place I might... I was going to say... I was going to suggest the, the Attacking Walls kind of deck, where it's like, I have, Like Arcades the Strategist, where creatures can deal combat damage based on their toughness instead of their power. I was going to suggest that, but this doesn't pump their toughness, this pumps their power. So the only slot I could sensibly see putting that is if your deck was designed such that if your commanders started getting a little too high to cast, like, you know, more than just, I don't know, more than just 6 or 7. Um, and you had cards in there that could compensate for that in terms of being able to attack. Cards like Rolling Stone, for example, animate walls, or just walls that had an innate ability to up an attack. Then a card like Warded Battlements, I think, makes sense. But I suggest in general for a defender kind of deck, you pass on this because it's not really doing what you're looking for. You do not play this in a deck that cares about the fact that it's got defender or the fact that it's a wall. You put this in a deck that cares about having enough creatures to attack with. Tempered Veteran. Oh. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Tempered Veteran, 2 mana for 1/2. I'm going to read this out in reverse order. 2 white plus 4, tap, put a +1 counter on target creature. Or the creature you're trying to put a counter on already has a +1 counter on. It's white, tap, put a +1 counter on target creature with a +1 counter on it. So it's 6 mana to put the first counter on it. But after that, it's only 1. Okay, see ya, Yargle. Yargle, I am here to bargle. I think it's relatively easy to get the first counter on a bunch of things. You've got, like, your Hydras, for example, anything of that nature. That's basically an expel creature. Generally gives you that option, you know, if it's a creature with X in its mana cost. It usually enters with X +1 counters on it. After that, like, there are creatures, creatures have got modular and similar abilities. I'm a little less interested in it, although what it does allow you to do is if you've got creatures with persist, you can pay 6 and tap it to put a +1 counter on it. But there's more efficient ways. What we were talking about earlier when I was looking at Sigil Contender. I'm looking at the Tempered Veteran and be like, I'm kind of meh on it. I feel like if that bottom ability didn't have a tap symbol on it, I'd be okay with it. But the problem with that now is, visual spoiler, boop, boop. No, I don't have anything like that. Oh, incidentally, my mono white common stack, I have Buyer's Silence, Introduction to Annihilation, and Secure the Scene all in this stack. As well as some other options I've got Angelic Purge because I can afford it. Buyer's Silence. Outflank has been replaced with Outflank has been replaced by Thraben Charm. But yeah. Here's the thing. Inspiring Roar and Silver Flame Ritual all put +1 counters on my entire team for 4 mana. I feel like 6 is not unreasonable to just do it as a tap ability. Yeah, I feel like this is overcosted. And no, what? Since obviously there's going to be more than one. There's at least going to be one card that does it, which is Tempered Veteran. There should be more. I'm paying 6 mana and tap on a Squire. Really? Dude, what's going on here? I hope this is not one of these nights tonight. I might have to... That's weird. Weird. Alright, well, if that's gonna be a thing, I just might have to... Alright, who else? I mean, I can try to use... what what do you call it? All right. Let's see if that allows that. Nope. Syntax. Nope. Wow. I can try. Is there anything in here about the date? Wow. That's annoying. Okay. So let's do this. Um, no, it didn't let me do it. Okay. Oh, wait. Will it... Cool. So put +1/+1 counter on target creature. There we go. Whoops. There. Sort by color. What? What if I... Does that work? Nope. Does that work? No. grumble, grumble, grumble. Wow. Syntax. Color. All right. Syntax. Seriously? How do you not? Seriously, this is just, wow, bad. And this is part of why I like using Scryfall better. Okay. Anything? This is, whoops. That's Twitch. That's this one. Alright. After all that, we'll have to do this the hard way. Dueling Coach. Oh, yeah. So, Collector's Cage will allow you to do it on anything. What the heck? Collector's Cage. Dueling Coach. Okay. Doesn't do what I'm looking for. Oh yeah, High Sentinels of Irration. 4 mana, +1 counter on target creature. Compared to Tempered Veteran, which has to jump through hoops to be able to do it. Your Kenrith. list in there. When you hit max speed, you can just simply tap it and put +1 counter on a thing. Yeah. Man, Gatherer is just awkward. Okay. Um. Let's go tools. Anytime in last year. Uh. EDH track. Moxfield. MTG Goldfish. Gatherer. I don't feel like those really. I don't feel like those really do what I'm looking for. Are you gonna behave? Yeah. I don't really see anything that does what Scryfall does. Or, let me rephrase that. Not so much does what Scryfall does, but I don't really see anything else that works like it. So, it looks like the closest. Oh my god! Finally! Sort by color. Please work, please work, please work. Come on. Okay, it's not gonna listen right now. There we go. High Sentinels of Irration. Kenrith does everything. Uh, Beetle Legacy Criminal. Adorned Crocodile. Like the cards I'm going to list at the moment, I'll exile them from the graveyard to put +1 counter on a thing. So Beetle Legacy Criminal. Adorned Crocodile. Rubble Belt Maverick. Literally just those two? Literally just those two. Okay. uh, Novice Dissector. If you're lets you sack another creature to put +1 counter on target creature. Unspeakable Symbol. Oh my god, love this card. For a format like Commander, you're looking at like pay. You can activate it like 13 times in a single shot, and that's assuming nothing else going on. And I mean, you can potentially kill an opponent with like if you've got something with double strike. It's like, hey, by the way, I'll put, I'll pay 30 life, put 10 +1 counters on this guy, attack you. By the way, you're dead now. What? Commander damage, because double strike or 2 attacks or whatever. Unlock, you gotta discard a card at random to put +1 counter on target creature, which is not terrible bad. Dwarven Weaponsmith. You tap and sack one of your artifacts to put a +1 counter on a creature. Hound Tamer. Pay 4 mana to put a +1 counter target creature. Which, like, here's the thing though. This is 4 mana, put a +1 counter on target creature. This is 6 tap, and yes, I'm aware this is rare. But this was not an unreasonable card. This was mostly rare, in my opinion. Because it was a 3/4 flyer that was actually really easy to be bigger than a 3/4 flyer. Like you drop an Ornithopter, suddenly it's a 4/5. You drop a Suntail Hawk as well, now it's a 5/6, etc., etc. This was rare because it could easily be a huge creature. I think without this middle ability, and a little bit smaller specs on it, let's say a 2/4 that didn't have flying, and without this middle ability, this is like, yeah, this would be fine. I think at uncommon that would be fine. And then you look at this and go, why would I pay 6 and tap when I could just pay 4? Hound Tamer, 3 mana for a 3/3 trample that you can pay 4 to put a +1 counter on target creature. That can flip into something nastier. Yangu, Wildcrafter. Okay. You basically turn your +1 counter. You turn +1 counters on creatures into mana dorks. Salt Road Quartermasters lets you move +1 counters from it onto other stuff. Spikes commonly have pay 2 and remove a +1 counter from it to put a +1 counter elsewhere. Heaven forbid you've got anything that allows you to increase +1 counters, because then you just go, I'm going to take 2 off of this spike and put on this one. Now this is 2 counters instead of 1. I'm going to pay 2 to put it back, to take the original counter, bring it back over here. There's still 1 left over here. Now this is gaining extra. And Spike Rogue lets you take counters from anything to put onto itself, in addition to, just spinning them out elsewhere. Golgari Guild Mage, 5 mana, put a +1 counter on target creature. Greta Sweet Tooth Scourge, pay green and sack of food, put +1 counter on target creature as a sorcery. Okay, so that's worth about 3 to 4 mana. Experiment Cratch just simply taps, but that's he's an oddball. Shapers of Nature, pay 4, put +1 counter on target creature. Gav, pay 1, sack a creature, put +1 counter on target creature. We're going to skip Implement because that's a one-shot. Dragon Blood, 3 tap, put a +1. This is your main comparison. 3 tap, put a +1 counter on target creature. As a tap ability, this is a 3 mana artifact, 3 tap. Tempered Veteran, and they're both uncommon. Tempered Veteran. A suboptimal creature, realistically, that doesn't have a +1 counter, so it can't even pump itself. Until you pay 6 and tap it to do it. I'm like, no, just... You're a one-shot. Everything in Majig, this version's second ability is Dragon Blood. Extruder, sack an artifact, put a +1 counter on it. Tangled Tumbler. This is basically Dragon Blood, but it's also a 6/6 vigilant vehicle. And Hall of Oracles. I'm like, dude. Tempered Veteran, what are you doing? What are you even doing? Just know. Just know. Oh my god, 9 o'clock. I've been streaming for like 2 hours. I'm still working on white. Like, honestly, if you want to put +1 counters on stuff, look at frickin', look at Dragon Blood and just play that. Even if you want it as a creature, there's better options. Idol of Endurance. When it enters, enter all creature cards mana value 3 less from your graveyard until this... Oh! Oh, that's cute. So, Idol of Endurance. Is kind of like White's spin on Isochron Scepter, but for creatures. When it enters, exile all cheap creatures, mana value 3 or less, from your graveyard until the idol leaves the battlefield. Which means that once it leaves, you get them, they go back to the graveyard. Pay 2 and tap it, 1 white, 1 other. Till end of turn, you may cast a creature spell from among cards exiled with this artifact without paying its mana cost. So you can actually save yourself mana if you're casting 3 manas. That is adorable. I see why people like this card. The thing is, to play this card usefully, I want enough 2 and 3 mana, potentially 0s and 1s, but mostly 2 and 3 mana creatures that I want to be able to recast. You may cast a creature spell from among the cards exiled with this without paying its mana cost. I it's the last spell. Yeah. Now that being said, there's a lot of really good cheap creatures these days. Like there is stuff at 3 mana that prior to, let's say, prior to M20 could have potentially been like 4 or 5 mana. I get it. I get it. This is one of those cards that I would want to recap. This is one of those cards where I want to be able to exile stuff with some regularity. I want to be able to flicker the idol occasionally. Eldrazi Displacer. Do you do what I think you do or no? No, Eldrazi Displacer is just target creature. If you can get this kind of ability on anything, I mean, to be fair, the simple answer to that is animate the idol. There's enough ways to do that. Toymaker, for example. And then flicker the idol. Yeah. You're going to have to do some work for this. Yeah, just, I would be putting Tempered Veteran down here, honestly. I don't, I think the big reason it's further up is because it's a knight. Speaking of knights, Basri, Devoted Paladin, the worst Basri. 6 mana, 4 loyalty. Its ultimate is -6, which does mean that you can have it go off. You can have its ultimate go off if you've got doubling season or a similar effect in play. And still have it kick around. But 6 mana, 4 loyalty. +1, put +1 counter on up to 1 target creature. Gains vigilance till end of turn. Okay, that's reasonable. -1. Whenever a creature attacks this turn, put a +1 counter on it. Really, really good. Like I think this is one of those cards that gets overlooked just simply because, like, that middle ability is really solid. I would. Oh yeah, if I were to take my mono white common stack and rehash it to be like not commons, I think Basri might make it in just on the back of that ability alone. -6. Creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain flying till end of turn. Again, you know, it doesn't look exciting. Assume you've got 10 creatures in play. Because if you're building a deck like this, it's not unreasonable you're playing with some amount of token generation. You don't have to be hard on token generation, but some amount of token generation. +1, 10 creatures, not completely unreasonable. Let's say you got 2 token generators. I'm talking something that, like, I spend 1 card, I get 2 bodies out of it. So raise the alarm, and I don't know, dragon fodder or whatever. I get a couple of 1/1s. So I spent 2 cards, I get 4 1/1s. I've had a couple other creatures come into play. I'm at 10 bodies. Actually, let's even say 8 bodies. That's probably a little more realistic. Basri at some point comes down. Give him a couple of turns. And then I ultimate him. Let's even assume that I'm nice and I put the +1 counters on opponent's creatures so I don't get any effect from them. I got 8 creatures in play. Chances are likely they all have at least 1 power. Creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain flying till end of turn. 1 plus 2 is 3. Times 8 is 24. Again, your creatures have flying. The number of overlooked cards that, the number of times that flying gets overlooked. I said before, I'm going to keep beating the same drum, I'm telling you. The number of times flying gets overlooked because it's not as exciting as, something like trample. It is going to win you games you should have lost. Or sorry, it is going to win you games that you otherwise would have lost. In a situation like that, being able to just attack for 24 out of nowhere, at least, if you're lucky and your stuff also has vigilance for whatever reason, thunk! I think this is better than most people give it credit for. I'm not saying I think it's great. I think it's okay. But I think it's a lot better than most people give it credit for. Alright. Blue cards. Whoops. Historian of Zalfir. Whenever it attacks, if you control a Teferi Planeswalker, draw a card. 4 mana for 3/3. 4 mana for 3/3 is fine. If you control a Teferi, draw a card. Here's the question. How many Teferis are there? Oh. Whoops. Alright. So there are 9, not counting the many versions of Teferi Master of Time. Sort by Kulder. That's crazy. This one's got combo shenanigans available. Whenever you draw a card, put a loyalty counter on this one. Chooses a permanent they control and returns not to understand. This is going to shut down the game. This is going to shut one person out of the game. Oh. Yeah, a lot of versions of Teferi are... I'm going to be a dick now. They're not all like that, but a lot of them are. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you can build... And the funny thing about playing Teferi is you only have to be in Azorius. You only have to be in Azorius. You don't have to go to any other color. And you can build Teferi.deck. Yeah, so... I would like to have a Teferi in play and some way to either make this guy unblockable or give him or at least give him flying. And he's just going to be drawing cards every turn. And depending on which Teferi you've got, if you have, where was it? Teferi Temporal Pilgrim. Whenever you draw a card, put a loyalty on him. Yeah, yeah. I think Historian of Zalfir is okay, but you'd have to be careful about it. Frantic Inventory. Another village, another angry mob. Why do I even bother unpacking? This is trying to be accumulated knowledge. But actually, what's the difference between this accumulated knowledge? Draw a card and draw a card. This only affects your graveyard. This one only affects your graveyard. Accumulated knowledge is all graveyards. If you're considering playing this, I mean, my first question is why. If you're playing Commander, you should be running, at least run Think Twice instead. B, if you're considering running this card, you should be running accumulated knowledge instead, because then you've got a chance of drawing a second card. This is not a card that works for Commander. And Relentless Commander, as far as I understand, only generally works for creatures. I don't believe it works for non-creature cards. So, yeah, don't. Don't do it. Historian of Zalfir, better than Frantic Inventory for this guy. King Glide Master. Oh, dude. Know what I was saying about playing creatures with flying? If you don't have enough creatures with flying, even if you're on a budget, King Glide Master. Two mana for a 2/1, which doesn't sound great, but pay 3 mana. Target creature gains flying till end of turn. 6 mana, which about midway through the game is not unreasonable. I'm even going to ignore the possibility of you generating infinite mana. You have 6 spare mana. At some point, that's not unreasonable. You have 2 creatures that fly now, and you can just peck, or surprise blockers. 9 mana, you can do that 3 times. 9 mana, at some point, somebody's going to hit 9 mana. Yeah. Have you got cards in your deck that can reduce activation costs? My mono blue ramp deck that feels very much like a green deck can ramp really freaking hard. And I could probably end up with 9 mana on turn 6 without blanking. It feels a lot like a green deck. Maybe even before that. I've had turns where it's like, I have spare mana, I don't know what to do with it now. Cool, my creatures that are equipped with, was it Sword of Feast and Famine? Blue. This one. Hearth and Home, or Sword of the Animist. It's just Sword of the Animist. Yeah. Just keep getting through for damage every turn. Yeah, worth it. You're playing on a budget. You just want to be able to get yeah, just so much better than it first appears. Teferi's Wavecaster. 5 mana for 3/3 with flash. When it enters, search for Teferi's Teferi Timeless Voyager. Which is, how far are you? You are not on the bottom, sir. 6 mana, 4 loyalty, +1 draw card, -3, put target creature on the bottom of its owner's library, -8. Each creature target opponent controls, so it targets the player, phases out. Until the end of your next turn, they can't phase in. It's kind of like the, no, Avatar's Wrath. It's kind of like playing with Avatar's Wrath. Choose up to 1 target creature, then airbend all other creatures. Until your next turn, your opponents can't cast spells from anywhere other than their hands. Exile Avatar's Wrath. If you want a similar effect to Avatar's Wrath, and you're in blue, Ultimate Teferi Timeless Voyager, you only get 1 person. But they're stuck in a time vortex. So, yeah, Teferi Timeless Voyager, kind of a dick, but kind of not bad. And Teferi's Wavecaster, the ability to pull that out of your library or graveyard on a 3/3 body for 5 mana, I think that's okay. But this is one of those cards where you really only play this because you're playing Teferi Wavecaster, or Teferi Timeless Voyager. I wouldn't play it otherwise. Unlike the Basri Zagus, where I could see it, Teferi's Wavecaster, I don't think I would. That, I believe, would be a rookie mistake. Sorry, nope. I'll get right one of these. That would be a rookie mistake. See, just like that. Just like pointing that way when it's that way. 1 blue, instant. Until target until end of turn, target creature gets +0/+2, and another target creature gets -2/-0. Stop blocking your knees as you strike. Now stand up and try again. Oh, that is a dangerous place to be doing that. So, 1 creature loses 2 points of power, and another creature gains 2 points of toughness. That's kind of silly. I really like that card. Wow. This keeps, like, my brain's starting to process all sorts of ways to make this work. Again, this is like one of those cards that tries to make it feel like blue's version of a fog effect, but blue's fogs are usually only a single creature at a time. But just read what this card does, and I'm sure you can come up with answers. Usually you're doing this to protect a creature based on some kind of toughness-based removal. Red, I'm largely looking at you. Because people insist on playing damage-based removal for red, and I'm like, dude, no. when you can start destroying target creature at common in red for 4, in my opinion, you really need a strong argument for, and never mind other rarities. You need a really good reason. You need a really good reason to play with damage-based removal. That being said, especially against a creature with double strike, or a creature that can hit multiple, more than once a turn, this -2/-0 is a lot. Target creature gain +0/+2 is protection. I'm going to steal from your power and add to my toughness. Your wall decks don't mind this. You can actually... Sure, I'll take 2 points of power. I'll knock 2 points of power off one of my walls and add 2 toughness. Okay, I'll go to -2 power on my 0/8, and my 0/4 now is 0/6. And by the way, now you're getting hit for even more. Yeah, actually, kind of fun. Roaming Ghostlight. 5 mana for a 3/2 flyer. When it returns, return up to 1 target non-spirit creature to its owner's hand. So it cannot return itself, because it itself is a spirit. So, obvious place. You play it in Spirit Tribal. Second, how much stuff do you want to bounce back to owner's hand? Start looking at cards like Mana War. There's a lot of cards that do stuff like that. There's was it? No, it's not. Wasn't Errand Ephemeron, was it? I don't think so. I think you were just... No, Errand Ephemeron was just a error elemental that was easier to cast. Oh no, Riftwing. Oh no. All right. Riftwing. Cloudskate. Yeah, Riftwing Cloudskate. So, the difference between the Riftwing Cloudskate and Roaming Ghostlight. Same mana cost. 2 blue plus 3. 2 blue plus 3. Flying. 3/2 for the Ghostlight versus a 2/2 here. When this enters, return up to, you can choose 0, 1 target non-spirit creature to its owner's hand. When this enters, return target permanent to its owner's hand. That being said, imagine a deck based around this entire, when this enters, return, etc., etc. Imagine building a deck around that premise. It's like, ugh. Yeah. So you could build based around that. So 1, Spirit Tribal. You're going to be able to bounce somebody's creature, and you can always choose 0. So you don't have to bounce anything, and then you end up with a 5 mana 3/2 flyer, which is because you can get that. You can get a 3/3 flyer for 4 mana now. But that bounce is always nice, and it's an enters the battlefield trigger. So again, you're playing blue. flicker effects, etc., etc. Okay, cool, you're back. Uh, Tome Anima. 4 mana for a 3/3. Can't be blocked as long as you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn. Well, unless you're getting locked out of your draw step, you're already drawing 1. So all you have to do is play some kind of effect. Have some kind of effect that lets you draw an extra card, and suddenly this is unblockable. Howling Mine works, plus all its variants. You have your Mystic Archaeologist, I think it was called. Mystic Archaeologist. No! Don't do it! Don't do it! Yeah, Mystic Archaeologist. Or effects like this. They're... Oh, what was this? Azure Mage. Azure Mage will do it. Pay 4, draw a card. Any effect that lets you do that. Heck, even the lowly Merfolk Looter. Arrgh. Give me an actual. There we go. Merfolk Looter. Tap, draw a card, then discard a card. But I'm drawing a card. Any effect that allows you to draw an extra card on your turn is going to make this unblockable. It's not going to help much on other people's turns. This is not normally an ability you care about on somebody else's turn, but it's incredibly easy to turn on your turn. And sometimes you just have something like, at the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card, or something like that. I'm like, oh, okay. Mistral Singer. Oh man. If you're trying for some kind of aggro blue deck, Winddrake. I think it was Winddrake. Arrgh. You're going to insist on this, aren't you? Winddrake has been kicked to the curb a long time ago. 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer. But it's one of those cards that's a common shorthand. 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer. You're like, shrug, okay. Some cards are just that. Some cards, like Muldrifter, after you draw on the card, it's just a Winddrake. It's a 2/2 flyer. This is a Winddrake that can hit for more and that can take more, because all you have to do is cast some amount of non-creature spells. That could be a cantrip like Opt. That can be a counter spell. That can be a boomerang effect. Return target something to its owner's hand. And the boomerang specifically says permanent, but boomerang on summon, etc. It's disperse, whatever. This can be it says non-creature spell. So you can play an enchantment. You can drop Sunken City, which suddenly All your blue creatures get +1/+1, but it's an enchantment with an upkeep of 2 blue, but it's an enchantment. Cool. I'm going to swing with 4 for. I'm going to swing for 4 with her now. You know, etc., etc. There's lots of ways that you can just turn her on and start smacking for extra damage pretty easily. And again, she has flying. Way, way too overlooked. Like, yeah. Really? Yeah. Enthralling Hold. 5 mana. You control enchanted creature. You can't choose an untapped creature as the spell's target as you cast it. If it becomes untapped after you cast it, before it resolves, that's fine. But the creature has to, when you cast it, be tapped. After that, don't matter. Yeah. Honestly, in my opinion, if you're playing this card, you're looking. Why do I not see? Rise, why do I not see you? Also, I am confused. How you doing, Rise? Huh. Whoops. Boop. So yeah, realistically, the reason to play this is because you need more effects like control magic, mind control, stuff of that nature. I'm not fond of enthralling hold, but the problem is there's enough versions of this effect that I think enthralling hold is actually fairly low on the list of viable. I'm not sure. Well, I don't know if I should say viable options, but on the list of options available. I would say you could probably get about 6 or 7 cards down before I'd be considering looking at this. Because you also got to remember, a lot of these cards have got, like, a lot of these are enchant, usually enchant creature. A lot of these are auras, which basically means you keep control of whatever as long as this sticks around. So your other option for that kind of effect, I keep this as long as this sticks around. It's cards like Sower of Temptation. Are you going to come up this time? Whoops, Sower of Temptation. Nope. Which is a 4 mana 2/2 flyer. Again, once it centers the battlefield, trigger is dealt with. It's a Windrake. When it centers, gain control of target creature for as long as this creature remains on the battlefield. same idea as cards like Enthralling Hold, but this is, this is a mana cheaper. And again, similar idea to how cards like Control Magic, etc. work. So I think if you're looking for that sort of thing, there's better 5 mana options. There's even 6 mana options that are really good. Some of them will hit any permanent. I do believe Volition Reigns is one of them. Boop. Yeah. Unlike, you know, unlike Enthralling Hold, which wants you to target a tapped creature, Volition Reigns, you control Enchanted Permanent. When this enters, if Enchanted Permanent is tapped, untap it. So for an extra blue mana, you not only can target anything, you can not only just target anything, if it's tapped, you get to untap it. Mystic Skyfish. 3 mana for a 3/1. When you draw your second card each turn, gains flying till end of turn. I considered that for my mono blue, take me down Cantrip City deck. Decided against it. It is really easy to build a deck around drawing additional cards. It is surprising. Like my Cantrip City deck, I normally assume like 38 lands and half a dozen mana rocks as a starting point. I'm drawing so many cards, I'm going down to 34 lands. This is a card that wants you to draw a second card each turn. This is also a card that wants you to be able to draw additional cards on other people's turns. I hazard to call this a payoff. This is more like this has synergy with what your deck is already trying to do. So from that perspective, I think it's fine. But again, for an extra mana, you already get these days, and it's an extra colorless mana, you get Phantom Monster with bonuses, i.e. a 3/3 flyer. So for an extra colorless mana, same power, 2 more points of toughness, already has flying, and then has more added on. I would generally play Windrake before this, and as I've already pointed out, Windrake was kicked to the is kicked to the curb in this set with Mistral Singer. Copy, ban, boop, and deny. Gotta love bots. Not really. Teferi's Protege. 3 mana for a 2/3. Pay 2 mana, tap it, draw, then discard. So loot. I wonder why Ishad hasn't said anything. Unless the shot is just trying to see. A shot, maybe a shot is lurking. Mm. I wonder, how can I... Boop, how to find random card. Ah. Random question. Nope. Alright, fine. Copy. There we go. Lurking Night Stalker. To be fair, this was actually a decent card back in the day. It attacked as a 3/1, which is not something back in the days that existed. Anyway, Teferi's Protege. It's again, it's fine. Historically, you'd be paying 2 mana for a looter. So you, for 1 less mana, you only get a 1/1. But it was tap, draw, then discard. Here you get, for an extra mana, you get a much stronger body. You get +1/+2. But now you have to pay 2 mana in addition to the tap. I think if you care about having looters that are reasonable creatures in and of themselves, this is fine. I think this is one of those, I want a decent body, and the looting is, it's a secondary, it's a nice to have. It's not necessary, but it's a nice to have. And if you're looking at it from that perspective, I think it's fine. This is like a human wizard that you're more likely to want to be able to attack with once you've got enough, once you got enough other stuff to go with. And then you just start looting when you need other stuff. Later on in the game when the fact that it's a 2/3 isn't good enough anymore. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think I'd throw it in like a wizard deck or something like that. As like, basically, like, I want this to be an early game beater. So that's when you start playing with cards that allow you to. Oh, good lord! What's the courier called? Ghost Helm Courier. Oh wow, this is perfect. Yeah, a card like this, or the Paragon, that gives all other blue creatures you control +1/+1, and then it can give when your creature's flying till end of turn. Stuff of this nature. Where you get to, so you can actually beat down with your creatures reasonably well. Yeah, I could see this. I could see this in like mono blue wizards. but like a mono blue aggressive wizard deck. For those that have played Dungeons and Dragons, especially like the older versions, third edition came out in 2000. I think the update to 3.5 was like 2004. The one great thing about role playing games, and I'm not talking about the computer or console, I'm talking about actual, you know, dice, books, etc., role playing games. We won't get into that discussion. Um, is you never have to change to the new rule set if you don't want to. If you want to use the old version, the older system, you can do it. And so I like playing 3.5. 5th edition is great. It's amazing for people that want to dip their toes into role playing games. It's new player friendly. It is uh a lot of the stuff is like pre-packaged. It's it's almost like if you want to buy a car. Here's the base model and here's some add-ons that you can put onto it. And that's it. And then you pay your money and you wait the X amount of time and you get your card, you go. But 3.5, there's so much tinkering available, it's a lot like playing Magic. Because when you play Magic, it's like, okay, I have an idea for what I want to do, and I'm going to put this together with this, and I'm going to take some of that, and I'm going to take some of that, and I'm going to add this and this, and that kind of tinkering availability is also in D&D 3.5. You can have such unusual, crazy options, but that's also because a lot of stuff is it's a lot more granular. You have it, which means leveling up your character takes a lot more effort because you have to make um more specific decisions, like on what you want to do with your skills and uh what skills you want to take, what direction you want to go with your character, and stuff that in 5th edition it's just, well, I take this and I'm good. Well, there's like feats in 5th edition are fairly big and chunky. It's a full package. Whereas going to 3.5 is like, no, no, no. I want the driver's seat to be, a bucket seat, leather, but I want the rear seats to be a solid, to be like the old style bench seats, but I want the navigator, the other front seat, um, to be. Actually, no. Let's make the passenger seat into bucket seat. I want the driver's seat to be very much like a race car driver's seat, and you get all these pieces that you can just mix and match together. I had a character years ago that I had sketched out, and let's see if I can pull you up here. Uh, there we go. Let's see if I can figure out. You. Can I see? Yeah, details. modified. I came up with this back in 2011. Hey, Rar. Yeah, I came up with this deck idea all the way back in 2011. So that's like 15 years ago now. And the reason I wrote this up this way was because I was assuming that somebody else would be might have an interest in trying to build a character like this. And so I broke everything down. It's like, over 20 levels. Here's my recommendations, etc., etc. And so I'm writing down things like how am I spending skill points over 20 levels? Here's an entire here's about a page just on how I'm spending skill points, etc. It's again, lots of tweaking, lots of finicky. All that is to say, if you're building a wizard deck, especially if you're going mono blue, and you're more aiming for a aggressive wizard build, which sounds weird, but again, this is Magic. Anything's possible. Then Teferi's protege I can see. Well, that's the thing, though. You're looking at 3 mana for 2/3 body, which is already reasonable to begin with, especially since you're looking at blue. You're not expecting to do this once. You're expecting to use this a few times over the course of a game. And it's always a question of what's more important, drawing the card and getting something more useful into your hand, or discarding the card. And sometimes it's the discard that's more relevant. And are you... Yeah, but a non-creature artifact can't also attack and block. And again, if you're looking to do this, because this is Magic. If you can come up with any idea, there's probably a way to build it. I'm thinking about trying to build... I'm thinking about this in like an aggro wizards deck. This is a reasonable sized body to get started off with at 3 mana. That at some point later on in the game, when the fact that it's a 2/3 to start off with, plus whatever other pumps you have going on, is enough, you can start pitching cards out of your hand and, drawing cards and getting other stuff instead. So you have options. But again, it also depends on the kind of deck that you're trying to build. Read the tides. Oh man. When I was building my mono blue commons deck, I wanted cards to draw at least 3 cards. There was actually a small block where I want to be able to draw multiple cards. More than just draw 2, because if you think about it, you're spending 1 to cast the spell, and drawing 2, that only puts you ahead 1 card. So if I can spend 1 card and draw 3, I'm actually plus 2 cards. But that deck is all commons. If I want to be able to draw 3 cards at common, I am realistically spending 5 or 6 mana to do so. Okay, so what 5 to 6 mana options do I have? I saw this as one of my options. I considered it. I ended up not using it, but that's also because I had other stuff to handle being some kind of removal. But if I wanted more removal, this is a, this is a viable option. If I wanted more cards that could draw 3 cards, this is a viable option, which does give me more flexibility. I could have considered this a little bit like a common, what's the word, cryptic command or something of that nature. Send Mechas here in the. So I can see uses for this. If I'm playing this card, it's because if I'm playing this card or recommending it to anyone, it's because it's based on rarity being a relevant restriction. And I could build the deck differently and play with more draw 3 cards. So I could see that being an option. That is my 3 rows. Black. Oh my dog. It's 10 o'clock and I'm only hitting black now. This is why I was saying I'm only doing white, blue, black, red tonight, and then the rest of them tomorrow. Mass Blackguard. Mass Blackguard I like. 2/1 human rogue with flash. If you're at all interested in playing rogues, flash is a really nice ability. Pay 3, giving it +1/+1 till end of turn. A lot of creatures that are like statted kind of like this are either a good creature for the mana cost and kind of high on the activation cost, or a high or a high cost on the creature and a good activation cost. So compare Mass Blackguard, which is 2 mana for 2/1 with flash, and 3 to give it +1/+1 to end the turn. To Frozen Shade, which is 3 mana for 0/1, but pay a black, give it +1/+1 till end of turn. Yes, there's more efficient versions, but this is like the two ends of the spectrum that you're looking at, and anything that's not one of these two is either a higher rarity, and has other things going on, or is some cross between the two. Maybe it's 2 to cast for a 0/1 or a 1/1, and 2 to activate. But if you're playing a shade kind of card at all, you're probably, and you want to lean more heavily towards the body being better. Eh, something like that. I think something like that. Most people would prefer to have, like Sarah Angel was probably at the top of the list. you're comparing it to, Frozen Shade. It's like it's so mana intensive. You don't have the ability to do anything else. You really wanted somewhere in the 4 to 6 mana range. Put it out there and then just go. Mana value greater than 2, mana value greater than... No, mana value greater than 3, mana value less than 7, toughness greater than 0. Order, color. Personal Incarnation was reasonable. Sarah Angel was good for something like that. Air Elemental. Mahamati Jin. A surprising number of people played Mahamati Jin back then. Phantom Monster, I would probably say should have got the nod over that. Water Elemental was really strong in more ways than one. Bog Wraith. Bog Wraith was actually decent. Sungear Vampire. Sungear Vampire wasn't... You got a turn ritual, Dark Ritual plus Frozen Shade. You got a 0/1 on turn 1. And then, yeah, if you're spending your rituals on nothing but pumping your shade, you then don't have it to do anything else. That's assuming you don't have the ability to go, I don't know, Terror. Or, Black Knight would have been a better option. And the big thing about Black Knight, it not only couldn't be hit by Swords to Plowshares because it had protection from white, it also couldn't be hit by Terror because it was black. And at that point, black had a lot of trouble dealing with its own color. Rocket Care Rage is surprisingly good at that point. Force of Nature. Choose not to pay the upkeep cost and have attacked for a bit in beforehand, and then be like, oh, okay, you're down to what? Cool. Attack, you're dead. Like, I get your perspective. I'm just saying I disagree with that. And again, that's also assuming somebody doesn't go, by the way, Lightning Bolt. Or, or heaven forbid, Boomerang and return it back to your hand. Now you're at the Dark Ritual and the Frozen Shade. And probably if you're trying to pump it a second time, 2 Dark Rituals. So, but that being said, Mass Blackguard, I think if you're looking for something shade-ish in the rogue category, I think this is fine. You're going to want some kind of activation cost reducer, but also you're looking at a random common that's 3 cents. I think this is a lot better than most people give it credit for. Necromentia. There are two big reasons. Well, sorry, there are 3 reasons I can see for playing a card like Necromentia. 1, somebody in your group or somewhere you commonly go to has a specific card that you're allowed to play an unlimited number of. So Persistent Petitioners, Dragon's Approach, or like a higher number than one. Um, Seven Dwarves, Nazgul, stuff of that nature. Number two, you are putting together a deck for Relentless Commander. And so therefore you want to make sure you've got a couple of answers to deal with, oh no, this is really a big problem. Somebody chose a card that's so much more powerful than what you can deal with. And you're like, I need to stop this now. So having a couple of answers to, having a couple of emergency buttons, I can understand that. I might not like it at the time, but I can, at least logically, I can understand that. Number three, you are playing some kind of combo or control deck or something similar, and you want to make sure that your opponent doesn't have this specific card to screw you over. For an example, my mono white deck, not my commons only one, my other one, is basically every combo I can think of jammed into the same deck. Every mono white combo I could think of jammed into the same deck. No tutoring. A friend of mine wanted to take the idea a step further and do it in black white. My deck is based on the premise of, at some point, I may end up being able to skip an infinite number of turns and let you guys, I'll let you guys do whatever. And then when I come back, dinner's ready or whatever. I'm going to skip the next 1,000 turns. Okay. There might be one person still around at that point. Try and set things up so they can't interact with me. He wanted to go into black-white, take it a step further, and make sure that I think there were like 15 or 20 cards that people could still find a way to make sure he lost the game in the meantime. I didn't care about that. My answer to that is, oh, you found a way to break through? Cool, good for you. He's like, no, I don't want to milk around with that. Okay. So he turns around and says, hey, by the way, no. Let's get rid of this. Cool. Now I can skip my 1,000 turns. Go do whatever it is I need to do. And you guys can do your thing, and then I'll come back and possibly win the game by then. So, yeah, it is. Those are like the three big categories I can see. Basically boils down to dealing with being able to play with multiple copies of the same card, either because Relentless Commander or because the card says so, or because there's very specific cards that you don't want to have to deal with. But you're playing Necromantia in the second case because there's absolute, there's this really tiny sliver. There's like maybe 15 cards that you don't want to have to deal with. And so you're running enough of these to make sure you get rid of them all. If you are not playing that, if you're not playing it, if you don't have to worry about column A, and you don't, column A/B, and you don't have to worry about column C, I take a look and go, why are you playing this card? Why are you playing Necromantia? Why are you playing Cranial Extraction? Why are you playing um Surgical Extraction, etc., etc.? You don't need these for that kind of effect. So I would very much pass. Mass Blackguard, I can understand it being played. Necromantia, you again, the sub format you're playing, or one of a handful of categories of card, and somebody's gotten out of hand, or you need to stop specific cards from interacting with you. Beyond that, forget it. Spirit of Malevolence. When this creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. 2 mana for 2/1. If you are playing this card, I expect you have ways to recur this back from the graveyard on the regular. Maybe you're playing, Tortured Existence works. Two mana, pay black, black and discard creature card, which, if we're opening ourselves up, which is not unreasonable, to, higher rarities, you pitch card like Squee. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Well, so you return Spirit of Malevolence and do it again. Recast it. Oh, look, it dies to some effect. And you just keep looping that. That I can see. If I see Spirit of Malevolence, I'm going to presume you've got some way to loop it on the regular. Or, if you don't have that, you're just playing it because you don't care about the fact that it's a 2/1. You care about the draining life. And maybe your deck is based around not necessarily burning, but draining. And that I could see. This is like the pocket-sized version to like Grey Merchant of Asphodel. And considering those are both commons, I wonder how much of a drain deck, i.e., making opponents, not just burninating opponents, but gaining life in the process. I wonder how possible it is to build an actual drain deck in mono black. Pestilent Haze. 3 mana sorcery. Choose one. All creatures get -2/2, or remove 2 loyalty counters from each planeswalker. I think this should be played more often than it is. The all creatures get -2/2 is okay. But it is gonna it is gonna hit like tokens a lot. There are a lot of token decks that'll just they won't die, but they will it's going to hurt a lot. Slivers, you take out a couple of their lords, and then you cast this, and it's going to start folding in on itself. And remove two loyalty counters from each planeswalker as the other option. Yeah, hey, Super Friends deck. Yeah, you. By the way. Oh, crap. This feels like one of those cards that's like, it's just, it feels like it's just good enough that you can play this. You can probably put this in a deck every so often and get people with it. Cage Zombie. This feels like 6 consecutive life sentences takes on a new meaning when necromancy is involved. Oof. This feels like the black version of Teferi's protege. Actually, did White get? Yeah, White got Celestial Enforcer, and Celestial Enforcer I was not thrilled with. Teferi's protege I can get. Cage Zombie I think I can get behind for similar reasoning. It is a zombie, so it does get all the zombie synergy. And then if you're also playing, this is also the sort of card where if I'm looking at a mono black burn deck, I am happy playing a card like this because each opponent loses 2 life. Cool. If I can, especially if I've got ways to untap this, you know, just there's so many cards that let you burninate not just one person, but burninate the entire table all at once and go, sure, it's a point here or 2 points there, or next thing you know, you're like, why am I down to 15 already? 15, I'm at 12. Lucky you guys. I'm down to 6. Yeah. Yeah, in the meantime, the other guy's going, I'm not going to say anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, cage zombies. You're like if you're building some kind of burn deck, yeah, cage zombie. Finishing blow. I would pass on. This is 5 mana, instant, destroy target creature or planeswalker. I get where they're coming from in terms of costing it, but no. Actually, you know what? Oh, wow. Oh, colon destroy, or actually, color. Oh, yeah. So, we're comparing this to what again? Finishing blow at 5 at common. Oh, annihilating glare would work. Who else is common? Bone shards. Breathe your last. Here you go. 2 black plus 1. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Gain 1 life for each of its colors at 3 mana. Compare that to finishing blow at 5. Let's see, who else we got here? Bone shards, similar to the other guys we saw. Deadly Alliance, same card, except if you've got a cleric and or rogue and or warrior and or wizard. And changelings do help with that. It'll reduce the cost down. Deadly Derision, 4 mana. you not only get to blow up the thing, you get a treasure of it, so it's almost 3. Deadly Plot, you can either do that, you can either blow up the thing. Oh no, you are uncommon. Eaten Alive, you can pay black and sack a creature, or pay 5 mana and exile the creature or planeswalker. Extinguish the Light, destroy it if it costs 3 or less, gain 3 life. Feed the Cycle, 3 mana or 2 mana and sack a food, or 2 mana and exile 3 cards from your graveyard. Feed the Serpent, 4 mana. Nope. I should narrow this down to Mage Hunter's Onslaught. Okay, you're common. Or sorry, you are sorcery. But yeah, like there's enough ways. Overwhelming Remorse. Exile it. Costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. So if you've got a decent number, like if you've got a decent number of creatures in your graveyard, you can do this for like 2. Pile on. 4 mana. Instant. Convoke. And you surveil 2 in addition. Powerstone Fracture, additional cost, sack an artifact or creature for 2 mana. Like, there are so many worthy costs. Oh, this is okay, yeah. Yeah, there's so many ways to get it for less than that. And that's just in black. Yeah, just don't. Much better cards than that. You really need that ability. Do a search for that exact phrase. Even if you're looking at commons, do a search for that exact phrase and restrict it to commons, and suddenly it's like, hey, by the way, Crypt Lurker. I considered throwing this into my mono black common aristocrat stack. I decided against it. When this enters, you may sack a creature or discard a creature card. If you do, draw a card. Yeah, thought about it, decided against it. I think if I'm playing horrors, I think if I'm playing some kind of reanimator deck, something of that nature might make sense. Those I can kind of see sacrificing some kind of token strategy. Again, like that mono white deck, that my mono white common stack, some kind of token strategy I could see going on. You know, when it enters, sack a random creature token, and then, hey, by the way, gotta draw an actual card. The token probably was the side effect of something else. But yeah, finishing blow should be like down here somewhere in my opinion. Blood Glutton. 5 mana for 4/3 with lifelink. Eh. Maybe if you're building budget vampires? Maybe? I don't know. I'm not sold on it. You know what? Type vampire. Lifelink. Power greater than 3. USD less than 10 cents. Oh, just that. Alright, how about power greater than 2? Oh, wow. Streaking Oil Gurger, I could see. Queen's Agent, no, too much. Silver Quill, Pledge Mage. Nah. Wow. Sort by color. Children of Night, Consuming Aetherborn would be a 3/3 with a lifelink for 4 mana. Dashing Bloodsucker. Oh, it's a 2/5. Okay, yeah. Maybe they're Rooftop Assassin. Yeah, Rooftop Assassin is going to be really good. 2/1. This is this is literally Child of Night, but better. Okay, I could see. I could see an argument for playing it in like a budget vampire deck if you care about lifelink. But yeah. 15 cents. Oh my god. Expanding to 15 cents opens up a bunch more. Blood Burglar. Okay. Any of them actually a decent size? Oh yeah, the Markov Crusader. It's the same size, same cost. Haste as long as you control another vampire. That should be easy enough. And the Vampire Outcasts, which are, what are you? 11 cents? Oh, you are 10 cents. Vampire Outcasts. If you manage to hit somebody first, this is going to be a 4/4 with lifelink. Okay. Yeah. So, lots of options in terms of being able to, like, play a 2 mana. Oh, wow. 1, 2. Okay, a couple of options for 1-drops, a decent number of options for 2-drops. And you could stay in mono black. Yeah. I think if you're playing that, it's budget. Liliana Scorn. You're paying an extra 2 mana. You're paying an extra 3 mana to get this, to get Liliana Deathmage. Let me see where she is. Oh, she's past this line. Okay, Liliana Deathmage. 6 mana, 4 loyalty, +1, raise dead, -3. Kill a creature its control loses 2 life. -7, target opponent loses 2 life for each creature card in their graveyard. That ultimate is not going to be as good as people want it to be. If they've got a bunch of creatures in their graveyard, chances are they can also eat them quickly enough. Or you get the rare person who literally has, like, nothing going on. But yeah, Liliana Scorn, unless you're actually looking for the consistent raise dead or something like that, I don't think I'd bother with it. It's it's not worth it. Gloomsower. 7 mana for an 8/6, so averages to a 7/7. Whenever this creature becomes blocked by a creature, they lose 2 life and you gain 2 life. I like this card. Again, you're playing a mono black burn deck and you're aiming for drain. This is basically a 7/7 that's either going to get through for 7 or it's going to drain 2 off the person you're hitting. One way or the other, you're pulling ahead. I like for a card that's, half beater and half beater and half burning. I like this. Yeah, play it in a deck that, and even without that, if you're just looking at it as like a 7 mana 8/6, I think it's okay. Again, it doesn't have any special abilities. Oh, becomes blocked by a creature. Oh my gods. Oh my gods. Becomes blocked by a creature. If you can force your opponent to block this with more than one creature, you drain them for lots. If they block with 6/1/1s, sure, it's enough to kill it. They lose their 6/1/1s, which may or may not be a big deal. But blocking trigger, they lose 12 life and you gain 12 life. Wow. That is kind of huge. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you play this in some kind of drain deck. You know, where you burn an 8 people and gain life for it. Oh, that's nice. Malefic Scythe, 2 mana, enters with a soul counter on it. Just for curiosity's sake. Soul counter. Okay. There are 7 cards that use soul counters. Everything except Obscura Ascendancy. Everything except Obscura Ascendancy. Wow, hard to say that. Fits in mono black. That's kind of silly. So, Malefic Scythe enters with a counter. A quick creature gets +1/+1 for each soul counter on it. Whenever a quick creature dies, put another soul counter on it. So, it's going to start off with a quick creature gets +1/+1. But every time the creature that it's equipped to dies, that +1/+1 is going to start growing. So if you equip it to, and it's only one to equip it. Oh no. If you've got, let's say, 4 creatures in play, I equip it to the first creature, or it's equipped to the first creature. I sacrifice that to Ashnod's Altar. I get 2 mana. I spend 1 of that mana to equip it to a second creature. Sacrifice that. Okay, well, equip it to another creature. Sacrifice that. Equip it to another creature. Sacrifice that. I'm ahead in mana. I think I've got like 5 mana now. Yeah, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I've got 5 mana. So then, I mean, that's also due to, Ashnod's Altar allowing me to sack creatures for mana. But now this has got, yeah, this is now going to give +5/+5. So whatever I attach it to next is going to be like, hey, by the way, get +5/+5. Have, I don't know, a random germ token that's only alive because it's being equipped by something else. You know, Batterskull, whatever. Equips the Malefic Scythe to it. Somebody blows up the Batterskull. Okay. It's still a 5/5. What? Still a 5/5. Oh, crap. Yeah. It's adorable. This is the sort of thing where you want to, you want to keep sacrificing the creatures it's equipping to for, for whatever reason. And then near the end of a small chain, you don't have to go through a big chain. This is going to be like, hey, by the way, +3/+3 now. I think that's reasonable. Liliana's Steward. 1 black for a 1/2 zombie. I think that's quite reasonable. Tap and sack. Target opponent discards a card only as a sorcery. Servants at this manor are chosen for their strong work ethic and respectful demeanor. Being alive is not required. That sounds about right. Yeah. If you want a reasonable 1 mana zombie, this is fine. If you're playing this for other than that, you're looking to make target opponent discard a card. So at that point, I would be assuming that you're not just doing this once. Again, you have some way to keep bringing it back. Just like, where was it? Spirit of Malevolence. I would see Spirit of Malevolence being more generically useful. But Liliana's Steward is a 1 mana 1/2 zombie. So that it's got that going for it. Now let's see if I can get red through in the next hour and a bit. Hopefully less. Bone Pit Brute. 6 mana for 4/5 with menace. That seems reasonable to begin with. When it enters, target creature gets +4/+0 till end of turn. I kind of like that. The problem is, I don't think it's good. Well, 4 mana with menace. It is a 4/5. So, wiping the board of anything small to medium-ish. This is a sort of card that goes good with a card like Wildfire. Blowing up 4 lands, everyone sacks 4 lands, and then 4 damage to everything. And then you've got a couple of creatures left, and it's like, oh, hey, by the way, I played this. You're going to get through for a lot more. And, oh, by the way. And now I've also got a 4/5 menace on top of that. I think this is probably best I feel like this is best in like a Cyclops deck. I don't really know if there. I mean, you could also play like Mono Red Menace. That is a thing you could do. And if you're playing Mono Red Menace, well, I mean, suddenly everything's Menace in that deck. And I could see this going there. I mean, heaven forbid you've got Menace and Trample. I mean, yes, again, Trample gets a lot of attention because it combines so well with so many things. Oh. Oh, you know what else is funny about this? So 4/5 Menace in and of itself should probably be about 5 mana. So you're only paying 1 mana to give target creature +4/+0 to land a turn. So I pay 6 mana. Hey, by the way, this is a red deck where I plan to win with my general. For the sake of example, my mono red Squee Goblin Nabob deck. If I built it on a different whoops, that's the wrong one. Excuse you. Thank you. If I built this on a different premise, part of the reason I built it this way was because the auras, they're auras, they stay on. You know, I have 4 plus 12 makes 16. Plus 7 is 23. I have 23 auras, or almost a full quarter of the deck. Literally wants to be like, hey, by the way, thunk. Put this on and make it bigger. If I'm doing that kind of premise, if I'm doing that kind of premise, if I'm not doing that kind of premise, I want more pump now. So a card like Bone Pit Brute is actually reasonable because, again, I'm essentially paying 1 mana for that +4 power. Because the other 5 mana is being spent on a 4/5 with Menace. I think 4 is probably as low as I'd want to go. I think 4 is as low as I'd want to go. But, yeah, I think if this is in a deck, I'm assuming you're playing either Cyclops dot deck or Menace dot deck, and probably mono red if it's the latter. Stormcaller. Again, you're building a burn deck. 3 mana for a 3/2 Ogre Shaman. When it centers, 2 damage to each opponent. You're playing a burn deck. You want your stuff to be able to hit everybody. You're playing this, you're probably playing mono red. I am not above playing, I will definitely say if I'm playing mono red, if I'm playing mono red burn, I have no problem playing Flame Rift in a deck like that. It just also hits me. But for 2 mana, I'm dealing 12 damage. 3 here, 3 here, 3 here. And then, 4 here, 4 here, 4 here. And then 4 to myself. So 3 people each taking 4. Yeah. Stormcaller is 6 damage. And I don't take anything. Yeah, I can see somebody building mono red burn based on that premise. And yeah, you're playing Stormcaller, you're probably trying to build a burn deck. Igneous Cur, 1/2 for 2 mana, 2:2 So red +1 in both cases. This gets +2/+0 till end of turn. I am curious. Let me just take a quick boo. Is there... Yeah, okay. There's your 2/3 for 3 with 2 mana and a tap ability. Whoops, too far. So Igneous Cur, there's a better card than that. What? Oh, okay. There's a better card than that. What were you called? Pack Mastiff. In the previous set, 2 mana for a 2/2. This is 2 mana for a 1/2. 2 mana, each creature you control named Pack Mastiff, so at the worst, itself, gets +1/+0 till end of turn. This gets +2. Oh, this gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Not strictly better. Igneous Cur, better after the second activation. On the first activation, they break even. They're both 3/2s. Less than one activation, Pack Mastiff is better. Something to consider. But if you're playing with cards of this nature, you generally want Igneous Cur because you also going to be activating it more often. Okay. Also, you could conceivably do like fire breathing dog tribal. Hellkite Punisher. This is 1 mana more than Shivan Dragon. It is for Shivan Dragon with an extra +1/+1. I mean, I would generally play Shivan Dragon over this because 1 mana less, you get a 5/5 instead of a 6/6, but it's the same thing. Save yourself the extra mana. Realistically, get it out. 6 mana versus 7. Yeah, 6, 7. But realistically, yeah, get out like 2 or 3 turns sooner because the ability to cast something on 6, even assuming no ramp. A turn 2 play you can generally get on turn 2. A turn 3 play you can often get on turn 3 might be turn 4. But when it's 4 mana, I assume it's like turn 5 that I might be able to cast it. A 6 mana play, I'm probably assuming turn 7. A 6 mana play is probably like turn 9. Again, assuming no ramp. Which means that a 7 mana card, you're probably looking around turn 10 or 11 by... We'll be generous and say turn 10. But you see how far you have to wait till you can play it. If you do have ramp, obviously that cuts stuff down. But you get the point. And plus you're also going to want want to be able to cast other stuff in the meantime. So, yeah. Hellcape, I mean, potentially. If you're cheating stuff in a play, then the Punisher is the better body. If everything else is equal, you play the Hellkite Punisher if you're cheating stuff in a play. If you're having to actually hardcast stuff, Shivan Dragon I would go with instead. Because that extra turn or two can make a huge difference. Chandra's Fire Maw. 5 mana for 4/2 with haste, which averages to a 3/3. When it enters, search for Chandra Flame's Catalyst. Where are you? Not here. So what are you? 6 mana, 5 loyalty, +1, 3 damage to each opponent. Again, you're playing mono red burn. That's the kind of a thing you want. -2. You may cast target red instant. Okay. Target red instant or sorcery gains flashback till end of turn. Essentially. -8. Discard your hand, then draw 7. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from your hand without paying their mana cost. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I would play the Fire Maw without Chandra. But if I'm playing Chandra Flame's Catalyst, which seems quite reasonable, I'm pretty sure I would play the Fire Maw. I think that's reasonable. Carol Keep Disciples. 4 mana for a 4/3. Whenever you activate a loyalty ability of a Chandra Planeswalker, this deals 1 damage to each opponent. Um, 21 Chandras. It is very easy to build Chandra.deck. I'm not even going to bother trying to look at these. I know at least a few of these are quite playable. And a lot of them give you some kind of card advantage as well. Yeah. I in a pinch, I might play it if I'm doing like Monk Tribal, but realistically, if I'm playing Carol Keep Disciples, it's because I'm playing Chandra Tribal. And it helps burninate the opponents. Like honestly, this and Stormcaller combined with certain Chandras, you are already on your way to building mono red burn. Kinetic Augur. 4 mana for an X4 with Trample. When it enters, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards. So if you discard no cards, you don't draw any. But if you discard 2, you draw 2. And if you discard 1, you draw 1. Combine that with anything that allows you to increase the number of cards you draw. Alhammar's Archive comes to mind. Kinetic Augur's power is equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. I mean, all your looting / rummaging effects, most of your removal of some sort are going to be instants and sorceries. This can be very big, very fast. I mean, oh man. You could build like a self-mill strategy, and this could be like your top end, and go, hey, by the way. Okay, I can see ways around this. Hobble Fiend. 2 mana for a 2/1 trample. Oh my god. Honey. Aristocrats wants to be in red too. What? 2 mana for a 2/1 trample, which is already a good rate. You're looking at a common. Pay 1 and sack another creature. Put a +1 counter on this creature. Hordling Outburst. 2 red +1. Sorcery. Create 3 1/1 red goblin creature tokens. Okay, well, once they're no longer useful, you start sacrificing them to Hobble Fiend and end up with a giant fiend. Oh. Oh no. Oh, if you put this in a Splinter Twin deck, you sacrifice some of your stuff to you sacrifice, at the end of turn, you sacrifice, I think, a third of your creatures to Ashnod's Altar. The other half, or sorry, the rest of them, because you get 2 mana each, you then end up with, you should end up with enough that you can pay to sacrifice the remainder of your creatures, put a bunch of +1 counters on Hobble Fiend. If you've got, say, 30 creatures, and incredibly lowballing here. You sacrifice 10 of them to Ashnod's Altar, you get 20 mana. You've got 20 mana left over and 20 creatures left over. Pay that mana, sacrifice them all. You get 20 +1 counters on Hobble Fiend, and suddenly now you got a 22 power trampler. Your opponent's going to look here and go, well, crap. And this is why I do not like burn spells, because creatures get out of hand of burn range really fast as my source of removal. Pardon me, as my source of removal. A couple, maybe if they've got extra flexibility, but in general, no. Just stop. Just stop! Mono red aristocrats, I am amused. That is 2. Last row. Heartfire Immolator. 2 mana for 2/2 of prowess. Pay red and sack it. Deal damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker. I prefer the 2/2 prowess, but the sack to burninate a permanent is, it's like a nice add-on, but I see this as a 2/2 prowess with optional extra utility. That's what I'm basically looking at here. Chandra's Magmut. Tap. 1 damage to target player or planeswalker on a 2/2 for 2. Again, you're playing a burn deck. Why not? You know, you're playing with Chandra. You probably are putting this in as well. Like, this is going into a Chandra deck. This is going into a burn deck. Although, I'm less interested in putting this into a burn deck than a Chandra deck. But Chandra's got lots of toys to play with. Plus, this is also a 2/2 for 2. You know, and I've said before and I'll say it again. It took a very long time for a 2/2 for 2. It took a very long time for Grizzly Bears to be, or Runeclaw Bear, or whatever you want to call it these days, to be a thing in Magic, in Red. But that would be a hilarious deck. Mono red bears. Anyway, yeah. Dog Tribal, I'd put it in. Elementals, mono red elementals, I'd probably put it in. Chandra deck, I'd probably try and find a home for it somehow. Burn, not really. Uh, don't really see any other place for it. Soul Seer. There is one. This is one of the rare exceptions. Actually, it's uncommon, but this is one of the rare exceptions I would make to a burn. To playing burn in Commander in like using burn as removal in Commander. There we go. We'll get there eventually. This is one of the rare exceptions. Why? Because the second sentence. That permanent loses indestructible until end of turn. If the 5 damage is not enough to kill the creature or planeswalker, well, 5 damage to a planeswalker is actually pretty huge. 5 damage to a creature is going to kill a lot of things, but it's not going to kill a bunch of other stuff. But that permanent loses indestructible until end of turn is going to be huge. There's a lot of creatures that will survive stuff just because it's indestructible. This turns around and goes, okay, yeah, not anymore. But bye! Yeah, that is why you play that card. And Goblin Wizardry. 4 mana, you make 2 prowess 1/1 goblins. Sorry, Goblin Wizards. Yeah. If you are at all playing, if you're playing, if you're building a deck at all based on the same kind of premise as my mono white commons deck, you play this, because a lot of your ways of generating tokens are also going to be instants and sorceries, and some of them are going to be enchantments. And a couple of them might even be planeswalkers and go, hey, by the way, make tokens. And these things are going to be able to swing for many, many lots. Also, in a pinch, you can cast them on someone else's turn and either get them pseudo haste, at the end of the turn of the person before you, or if not, then it's like emergency blocker. But yeah, so that is red done, and tomorrow we start off with green. So as a preview, this is where we start tomorrow, and Wildwood Patrol looks actually pretty decent for certain decks. But anyway, I'm going to sign off for tonight, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Yeah, I know, relatively short stream, but again, scheduling concerns and stuff like that. Had to split this one in two. Anyway, good night, everyone.